All right, hello. How's everybody doing here? So, back in career. Last time we kept doing some missions, got some more money. We're up to that looks wrong. Why is that money so little? Huh. Let me see if I have a vehicle going right now. I did that mission, did I not? I bought this boat. What? Oh, we that's what it was. We bought that island, so that ate up some money. So that's one of the things I want to do is maybe start working on little seaplane. So let's actually do this. Let's load up the custom game. Let me find it. And we'll start playing with a seaplane. That will be good for a little bit faster rescues, for doing some other stuff, getting inland. Transport a little bit of liquid. How's it going there, ACC? How are you? Good to see you. I wish I had made coffee. I didn't make coffee. Alright. So we'll go start working on a little seaplane. I'd like to, if I had more time, I'd make some more tutorials. A lot of people struggle with seaplanes, so we'll whip one together. Again, these beginning vehicles I'm making, I don't want them to be ultra complicated because I'm not going to be playing with them for long. I want to kind of move on to the next vehicle. If I really like them, I might hang with them. But trying to build something that will fit in this new hangar. And seaplane is going to be the most versatile. Let us do the most stuff because we can go in and operate with our other bases. So we'll do that. Alright, so let's go ahead and teleport over to this new base. That way, it will fit anyway. But teleport over there, and then we can use that hangar. I'm doing well. To kind of inform the size of what we need. There we go. That's good. Alright, there we go. Alright, so we'll start whipping together a seaplane. I'm kind of thinking I'd like pusher configuration. Alright. Probably something in that neighborhood of size. I'm thinking. That'll work. Alright. So start working the cockpit first. It tends to be what I like to do on these. So the other thing that a lot of people struggle with is the ratios here for building, hulls or fuselages. And so to count out the ratios of the blocks, so this is a 2 by 2. So it's 2 divided by 2 is a 1 by 1. So that's 1. here's a 4. So if you did a 4 by 2, it'd be 4 divided by 2. That's a 1 to 2. So if we really quickly put one of these on there, you'll notice by dividing that like that, when we went to a, you know, 2 by 4, again, 4 divided by 2 is 2. So it's going to be a 1 by 2 block. So as you can see, it's made up of 1 by 2 wedges. All right. The windows, right? The windows are all 1-to-1 ratios. So they're going to be built up of 1-to-1 blocks. So you need 1-to-1 ratios around the blocks. So hopefully that makes sense. So that's like when people don't put 1-to-1s up against the things that they need, those 1-to-1 blocks, then they wonder why they can't find the blocks they need, is because they're not looking at and respecting the ratios of where the blocks are. Let's quickly... All right, let's grab some windows. I think we're going to go fatter than that. All right, so that, again, is the ratio of 1 to 2. So if we're going to match this all up with 1-to-1, right, we need 4 divided by 4. So if we look at pyramids, right, 4 by 4 is what we need there. And that now gives us a 1-to-1 ratio. So if we look, it's made up of 1-to-1 blocks. All right, so pretty simple to do it that way, to kind of come up with the next block you need and to make it work with the windows. People aren't counting, and then that's why it's not, you know, meshing for them. I went too low on that. I'm missing like everywhere I'm trying to drag here. All right, let's see. All right, good. Stop. Trying to think how wide I want this. See what the total width is so far. Alright, so I need 6 for the seats. I need at least some center console, so if I did a 1 wide center console, that's 7. Then 2 more blocks for the sides is 9. So minimum 9 width on this. I could go 1 more wider. That's a thought. So let's go... What I just put in there, let me see. Yeah. So that would be a touch wider. Probably a 2 there, I'm imagining. All right, so we've got the windows kind of laid in. And again, using a 1-to-1 ratio here of 2x2s, that's going to give us, because 2 divided by 2 is 1, that gives us that 1-to-1 ratio there to then match up with the window pieces. So kind of count your blocks off. You're in better shape. All right, so that's starting to shape up there. All right, the other problem people have is they don't count. So it's verticals 2 by 1. So real simple, you need a 2 by 1. That helps, again, count the blocks out. You don't have to guess what your next block's going to be. I might do an intermediary block. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's too sharp. Start rounding this nose out. And so you see, like if I want a rounder nose, I got to slowly progress. So I kind of want a rounded nose. All right, that's looking pretty good. All right, let me catch up with the chat here. How's it going, Aaron? Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, Colette. How are you? Good. We got people kicking Twitch already. Yeah, the little math. It's good for you. I don't have Twitch up, so I can't boot them yet. Let's fix Twitch here. Twitch is very annoying with this bot business. That's constantly people trying to sell you shit. Not interested in it. I'll see you later. All right, good. That guy's gone. All right, good. So rounding this out nicely. All right, so now the other thing to look at here is, can we mate any of this up? So we can do a 2x2 wedge. Then we'd have to go to a 1x1, right? Because a 2x2 is going to give us a 2-to-1 ratio. And so right now, no. So what we could do is we could push this back a little bit. And we can go like this. And by pushing that back one, now we have enough. We have 1, 2, 3, and then not quite forced yet. Let me see. I'd have to go like that. Let's do this. I can go 4 beyond. Maybe, let's see. It's also trying to make it easier for gear. So that's something I'm trying to do. Ideally, I'd like to go to a 4 at this point, but that makes gear really hard. And then I'd have to redo some of that. But let's see what I want to do here. I want this kind of fat because I want to kind of be able to do a bunch of missions with it, and so, you know, I keep seeing people advising new players. They're like, "What you build? A really small boat?" And it's like, I don't think they necessarily mean as small as they're kind of making it out to be, because like the smaller something is, it tends there's a lot of difficulty in because you're trying to squeeze a lot in there, and so sometimes making something bigger, it gives you more space. You don't have to shrink everything as much, and that's very helpful, actually. Problem is, with doing this here, what I'm doing, I really make gear problematic that close to the front, but I can push it back. I want it to be amphibious, so it's more versatile. All right, there we go. Starting to come along. I think proportionally this will be all right. I want a nice flat bottom. That's going to help with the seaplane. Make it much easier to get up on plane. Also, making this wider, like I'm doing, is going to make it much, much easier to be able to get some buoyancy out of it. Nice to catch up on some chat. It's a seaplane for going to missions. Yes. Yeah, I can push it back. The gear can come back to here. Gear will go right here for a nose wheel. I think it's probably going to be a tail dragger anyway. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Trying to decide if I want it this sticky. It's just going to make it a lot easier. Trying to check proportions. I think I want it to be a fat dog, so. I decide how fat I want this. Let's go ahead and save this for now. I want to play with some other thoughts. That might go back to narrower. Alright, let's do that. And I think we're going to start something new with... I want a different fuselage design. Let's see. I would love it if they'd make the 2x2 padded seat. I would love it if they would make that have a control nodes on it so that you could do the 2x2 form factor for control seats. That would be fan-frickin-tastic. Alright, let's do this. I think I'm going to do a little bit narrower. Alright, that will get me a little bit of a narrower form factor. Yeah, I think we're going to play with the narrower form factor. Is what we're going to do. What? Oh, they're, thought I had these. Yeah, let's go narrow form factor. I kind of like that already better. Problem is, I think the pilot's head sticks up one above that block. Let's do this. Nope, that's actually about perfect. That's pretty good. All right, that works. So the blue is just where I want the windows. So I'm kind of working out the framing of this. I think how doors are gonna be probably some sort of custom door on there. Again, making enough air ballast in here that it you need enough air ballast to be able to really float well. So that's all stuff that I'm trying to consider here. All right, now we got to make sure the windows are going to work. That's going to be important. So Kind of doing this reverse to what I'd normally do. I hate flipping these around. It's such a pain in the ass. There we go. It's gonna hit there. Okay. Need one more anyway. God, I hate flipping these. They suck so bad. I hate flipping these windows so bad. They're so annoying. All right, that's it there. But all right, we got to slip for one. All right, we gotta see what we can do to put this together here now. This could be problematic, so I gotta figure around with this. Okay. That's gonna be there. Okay, good. That's a full 4. Gotta see where that comes in. All right. Yeah. So yeah, gapping that's not gonna work right. So I can't gap the back there. That's fine. We can just keep working on this. Essentially there is where I want it. All right, good. That's too much. I can eyebrow this if I want. I'm digging that so far. Trying to come up with some interesting fuselage shapes here, and also something that's going to help me later. Alright, that's not going to fit right, so I got to dick with this in a second here. Liking the width of this better than the last one. I think we'll come forward in that first. It's gonna be a prop anyway, so it doesn't need to be super sleek looking. Catch up and chat in a second. Da, da, da. It's too abrupt. Needs at least two. The other thing too is I could do, you know what I think I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna do the flat top on this. A flat seaplane top on there is what I think I'm gonna do. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this nose, and I think a flat seaplane top is what I want to do, so. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's see if I can accomplish this the way I want. Need a gap, so that gap should work. Alright, that will work. Alright, good, that'll work. Because, again, you need it kind of like a boat. You don't want the water crashing over the top, so. You kind of want a little bit of a nose on it. Could go probably one more 1x4. Thinking. We'll see how tall this gets. I'll show you. I can't launch it in this. Can't launch it in this base, but I got a big build I'm kind of working off as a concept. Kind of want a pretty flat nose, almost completely flat. Let me see it. Yeah, I know what let's see. Try to see if I can kind of give you an example of what I'm working with here. I've got one that's like this that has a really kind of top flat nose. I think what we'll do is we'll kind of go almost Grum and Goose. Grum and Goose kind of has a long top shot like that. I think we'll go almost Grum and Goose with it. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, I think a goose will work. Yep, goose is going to work. It's going to give it kind of like a seagull-y look, which I like. Yeah. Because I've got a two regular standard conventional plane look, and I need a more seaplane, so this is going to help seaplane it up a little bit. Yeah, this will help. All right. It needs more height. Need two maybe. I want kind of a fatness about it, so that's what I'm kind of working on now. Yeah, I'm liking that. It's coming along better. Fuck. Oh, because they're upside down. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I like that. Alright. So it needs to be able to come up on planes, so it has to have kind of a planing hull there in the front and then go to a step. So kind of work that in. That's looking better for a seaplane. Not that big of a hangar, too, so I gotta kind of keep an eye on that as well. Alright, good. So it's starting to come along the way I want it to look. We'll do one more fours here. There we go. Gives it a beefiness. I like it. And then we need this step coming back up. So going from one block will help. Having a flat hull in the bottom will help. Flat hull will help for planing up and getting out of the water. So I'm liking that. I'm digging that so far. They asked, can you dig it? And the answer was yes. See if I want to cut here and stop. Go away. Round it twice. Trying to think if I want to double there. Yeah, I'm thinking double's better. Yeah, I think I like double better. Gives me space for gear. Alright, start working for an empennage. It's looking pretty goosey, like a Grumman goose, which is good. Kinda just taking some hints from other aircraft. Let's go through chat. Hello, Jumpy, how are ya? No, I didn't get the crab boat done. I'm gonna work on CBS's career build series. I'm gonna work on the crab boat in the career series here, so I'm gonna finish that up at some point. I put that in the picture yesterday, as that was something I was thinking of working on. All right, let's start thinking. I gotta start raising up this this empennage here. Oh, stop. Let's go there. I gotta thin the tail out a little bit too, so what I could do is this. It's not my favorite way of doing it, but it's kind of what I gotta work with here. Because I gotta get a rudder in there, and then I can start the tail elsewhere, which will work. So that's what we'll do. We'll start with that. And then we have space to work up on the tail there for the empennage. Yeah, but that's what CBS is, Career Build Series, Jack. Drag up, please. There you go. All right, good. So the rudder can fit in there for a water rudder. And then we can start, we have enough space to work into the horizontal stab, and we have enough space for gear, so that's perfect. It's going to be pistons. Yeah, it'll be a recip. Yeah, especially early game, I don't have my fuel production up yet. I really need to make some fuel, so I can't go crazy with a ton of... can't go crazy with really fuel-hungry vehicles at the moment, so I gotta kind of chill out on that. Oh, stop. Problem is going to be watertight doors on this. I'm going to have this sit really high, so I should be able to get a door in here. Or make a facade door that then plugs it, so I got to kind of think of that. This is going to be interesting, trying to fix this. I'm going to have problems here, but I can work it into the tail. That's the general shape, and then we'll do a one layer in the middle. So let's cut out some of this stuff for now, and we'll start working that. I think the 4s are fine. Okay. Want to make sure the tail's going to be, the horizontal stab's going to be tall enough. So I gotta make space for wheels, so I'm gonna be kind of careful with how high I go with the vertical stab. See how much space I have here. I have, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 6, 6. So I'll go 3 up. So we'll go 1, 2, 3. Is that high enough for horizontal stab? It's gonna have to be. That is, you can put 2 more on the top. All right. All right, there we go. All right, so that's the height of the horizontal stab can be. That's gonna run into problems there. Shite. Let's max bottom now. I don't have a ton of landing gear space. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Close to 8 on that. I don't think it's gonna be a work for 8. It's just short of 8. Damn. All right, let's do this. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of an old-fashioned tail, a little bit of a modern tail on there. I unbound my scroll limiter. All right, good. I could just cut that completely out there. Bang that forward, which is what I might do. Because I probably should put a step on this, but... yeah, that's what I'm thinking more, doing something like that. Let's see. Okay. know about that. Gotta get that rudder up higher. Yeah, kind of gotta get that rudder up higher, I'm thinking. Yeah, it's gonna have rotation problems if I put the rudder down that low. Need the geometry of the rotation for the for when I rotate. So let's see, probably here maybe. Don't know if that's gonna be in the water though. I'm trying to sit this up higher, so I gotta play with this. Rudder placement. Yeah, it doesn't really need it. I can use the engines to do it, but can use the engines to do this as well. Let's wait on the rudder. Do that for now, and I'll play with this for rudder later. I gotta see about gear and everything else, and start banging a wing. Wing's important right now. That tail will change a little bit. Let's check with chat. What type of power plants? Yeah, I typed that. Get somebody to boot again on Twitch. It's like my full-time job, booting dickheads on Twitch. Right. So that's not going to work there for a good matchup, so I got to figure out something there to... I could slide the whole tail in, too, and make it real stubby. That's a thought. I don't know if I want to do that yet, though. Let's start thinking wing. I'm kind of thinking I want pusher props is for some reason. just because I want it. So, yeah, I kind of want pusher props. Push props are going to be more of a challenge, but I kind of like the challenge, so... Mana. I could do a gull wing. I like a gull wing. A gull wing is fun. Yeah, I could do a gull wing on it. Trying to think where I'd join up the gull wing. Probably here. Let's do a gull wing. And it's going to have to be pusher configuration. Yeah, I'm thinking gull wing. Kind of like the idea of a gull wing. Probably drop the gull down a little bit. Drop the wing down just a touch. Yeah, probably there because I gotta get the props fit in there. So something like that. All right. Yeah, because it's gonna be a pain to get the props to fit in there if I don't do this. I kind of like the gull wing, gives it some interesting flair. Okay. Alright. I have space for the pushers. Should be. I don't want them too far outboard, so let's shrink up the flap. Start getting the nacelles for the pushers going here. How high can we go again? Pretty high. All right, good. Need at least 3 for the engines inboard like that. For the engine to fit. Why is that not letting me paste something there? Oh, because it's not a square block. Alright, I grabbed the wrong one. kind of the start of the nacelles. Kind of thing. I usually don't do counter-rotated props despite how cool they are because everybody does them. But I really think counter-rotating props on this would be kind of cool, so. I think we'll go down 35%, I'm thinking. Okay. So I don't want these. I want them all spinning the same way. I don't want them counter-rotating. That's good. All right. Okay, that's good. Okay, I don't have symmetry on. That's annoying. All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna like that. So. It's kind of modern, but I also want to kind of look 50s style, so it's kind of a little bit interesting. Yeah, I like that. Could just go right bare ass on that like this. Let's try it. Yeah. Square off the bottoms looks pretty good. I like that. All right. That's good. I like that. I like that. That's coming along shape-wise. All right, let's get this other side kind of matching up here. Could just go... I'm kind of liking the squareness of it. Gives it kind of an older school look, which I like. There we go. I get these nacelles framed in. That 4 there, so that will go there. There we go. I like the look of that. That's looking good. Squaring it up also, like, you got to think of some of the plumbing problems you're going to have later. And this helps to fix some of those plumbing problems. Also, like, so right here too, I have space to put a pivot in here, which I might just do right now. To make opening engine cowlings, which is kind of a bit of fun, so you can open up the engine. Yeah, so that's a bit of fun there, is the ability to just open up that engine cowling and look at your engine. There we go, I like that. Alright, let's check some chat. Yeah, let's bounce. No, I'm not doing wing folds. You know, the wings are definitely short, but, you know, I have to play with this hanger for a while. Once I get it out of the hanger, I'll probably extend the wings. I could, you know, what I might do to make the wings look longer is, that's what I'll do. I'll do folding pontoons. So let's plan for folding pontoons. I gotta make sure I can get it out of this friggin' hangar. See, I've got space, too, to increase the width of the wings. So what we'll do is we'll do folding pontoons. But I'm not gonna do folding wings. I would just wait and build it in a... in the bigger base than opposed to that, but we can do folding pontoons. Will be kind of fun. Yeah. All right, let's see. All right, flaps gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. I didn't measure for flaps because I changed control surfaces. We have to do smalls, and that please be one off. I can move the engines out. That's what I'll do. Engines can go out one, and that will fix that problem. Yeah, if I move the engines one to the right, I'll be able to get that controls, the flaps in. Because that's the other thing, is like, flaps do work in game, and you need to, let's go, 2 actually. Flaps work in game, especially with seaplane, it's helpful. It helps get the plane out of the water, so. Again, the more lift you can get, the better, you know, to get a seaplane out of the water in game. You know, we're going to end up trimming the props on the propellers here, and that's going to help a ton. We're going to put a good bit of flap on this plane. That's going to really help us get out of the water. Okay. Right there's good. This also gives us lift for later. To give the wing more lift. I kind of want a thin wing. I might move them forward a bit. Move them there. And so essentially what we'll do is we'll add some downforce on this to match this angle of the wing, and that will actually give us extra lift as well because they'll already be like pre-lifted essentially. The problem is I don't like these shorter control surfaces for this because then I have to put in twos here. Alright, that's good, and then I gotta put twos here. That's stubby, I don't like that as much, but we'll start with that. I gotta put in control surfaces anyway. Trying to think. I want the extra set of flaps here, but that's gonna be a problem. So I gotta play with this angle of the rear of my wing here. I don't want the wing to look too modern, so. It's kind of like retro-futuristic is what I'm looking for. I like that design aesthetic, so I kind of have to screw around to get that. Ah, these are already small, aren't they? These aren't even the mediums. Yeah, these are already the smalls. Yeah, shit. Alright. Now where do I have from? What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 gap on the end. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Alright, that's right there. Alright. Perfect. Alright, that'll work. Problem is this is, it's almost 4. Problem is now I run into, I am so far extended to the end I can't put in my lights. General shape of the wing I like. I can't get lights in there if I do the folding pontoons right here. If I do folding pontoons, I can't get the lights in which I want. So. Think how to get this set back up in the back here. Come on, go forward. There you go. All right. I think that'd be weird if that came up like that. Let me screw around with this. I'm gonna start knocking this back down. Mm-hmm. That looks a little more gully there. I like that. See what I can do in here. This has got to get some sort of treatment. That's the problem. See if I can do it without, and see what it looks like. Yeah, it needs some sort of join. Pain to join this up here. Yeah. I think that's fine like that. I just gotta finish up the ass end of it. Make it simple. Just clicked on it. Where is it? Yes. Stop, I can't see shit. Alright, there we go. Let's put a square block in there. That'll be fine. Right, there we go. That's the joint or the wing. There's my props. Alright, let's look. No, it's not a hydroplane. It's a seaplane. Nope, just a seaplane. Alright, let's see. Alright, so we got flaps, we got ailerons. Can't knock it up 1. Gotta be down there. It's gotta be down 2. It fucks me a little bit. Like taller, but I need space for gear, so. Alright, let's work. We'll play with that later. Alright, I gotta get, start thinking of my gear. Thinking conventional. Conventional gear, probably, with pockets on the side. Problem is, I'm maxed up on height now. I gotta see how much space I have underneath. I'd say minimal. Oh my god, 1 block? That's not gonna work. It's causing me problems. Hate having folding parts. Let's see. We could do pontoon tails. It's hard to do with, yeah. Could do a twin tail. That's a thought. Let's work gear next, because I gotta chop some tail or else we're just screwed here. I gotta chop some tail or we're screwed. Because I can't get the gear in without it. And I can't go up anymore because the props. This base is just too small for this plane. Let's do this. Can't be seaplane only. I could start with the gear retracted. That's got its own pains in the asses, but that's probably what's going to have to happen. Yeah, starting with the gear retracted is probably going to be what's got to happen. Could also do tail dragger. Tail dragger fixes a lot of my problems. So I could do a tail dragger. Yeah, I think tail dragger is probably the solution to a lot of these problems. Alright, let's plan on that. Anything protrudes extra, I gotta put a pocket in for the wheel. The benefit's not that heavy. Let's go ahead and start banging in engine components. Give me something to do at least. I'd like to go do some rescue missions at some point to try to get my cash grinding, but I want to work on a seaplane, so. Okay, we got a pretty good engine compartment here. Nine one's what I tend to like to run on these. It's super efficient. We'll see if I can make it work. I should be able to. Alright, that's good. And I'm not going to be able to put a block there. Figure it out later. All right, that's a later problem. We'll see how high it floats in the water too, because I gotta play with the prop height. Again, if I just waited till I got a bigger base, but I have this base, I kind of built the plane a little on the large side, which is not helpful. Let's see. All right. Okay. All right. Made the props smaller, which I kind of like anyway, and then also dropped them down a touch. All right, good. What's that? 5, so these will be 20s. 20s should be good and powerful. Probably run them as 16s. Wish we could also run front shafts on them too. That'd be awesome. If you could take the crank and have a pipe through the crank, that'd be fantastic. All right, let's do this. Solving problems I see we'll have later. Okay. tee off a pipe somewhere for extra fluid. Gotta move some manifold pieces, but that'll be fine. Move one of them. Start with that and see what it does for me. All right. All right, where am I putting fuel? Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Probably under the floor. I would say midsection is what I'm thinking. You put some overhead gauges there, and then the rest is good there. All right, good. God damn it, I didn't have symmetry on. It's annoying. Okay. Alright, let's put a seal on this. Let's go float this sucker. Alright. I'm trying to see how much money I have left. Yeah, I got about 90. I could just go grind. And this base doesn't do me much good for spawning, but I could go use this for something else. So we'll see what space constraints. I don't want to ruin the airplane because of space constraints. That's kind of my thought process at the moment. So I was trying to build it within that small footprint. I could start over again, make another airplane. And have this one kind of primed and ready. Especially a lot of the componentry is going to be the same, so that will help. That sits pretty good. Stock. Yeah, that sits real nice already. The tail's got to come up on this one, but the prop layout's pretty good. You know, by having some of this tail low as it is with pusher props, it's going to really help it get out of the water, and then the tail needs to come up and forward a little bit. That's all. I'm all content with that. This is what we're going to do, I think. Alright, so this plane's saved. We're going to make another plane. Smaller, built for this base. Again, we're trying to get back in the career game. This plane's getting too big. The thing we can use, though, is what I'm going to do is try to... Nah, I can't salvage much. But let's try to whip together a quick fuselage on something here. But we got this going pretty well, so that's good. I'm happy with that. All right, let's go single person, essentially. Up front. Let's make a small, quick plane that we can use in the career game, and then that will be our next plane after this, essentially. That's what we'll do. That will allow us to kind of get moving. So yeah, we'll make something smaller here for to start with. There's just gonna be like, I'm running into problems trying to run that as small as I had it. Okay, good. I'm kind of liking the start of that. All right. All right, let's start working this up. Yeah, as much as it's a pain in the ass kind of starting over, I think it's going to be the best because we are, I'm not throwing it away. I can use it for the next plane when we get probably the military base. So, we'll use it for that. But it's just, it was going to be like the wings a little longer. I would like, I need to put floats on it. It needs to be taller is a big thing. I can't get the tail where it needs to be with the height of the base, and I can't get the gear in where it needs to be with the height of the base. So that's all problematic stuff that I gotta fix. So going ahead and just pushing that off to the next build, I think will be better. So we'll make a small seaplane. That's one of the things. It's you're building smaller too. You gotta really worry about fitting things like gear and everything. So kind of squaring this off a little bit. That's gonna help. So I keep all that in mind. Because it's going to be smaller, I need more of a belly on it so that I can get more buoyancy in there. Alright, we'll have space for a nose gear right under here. What kind of conventional gear? I think conventional tricycle. It got bigger, but I think I'm going to shrink it a little bit. Already starting to balloon. Okay. Alright, there's a nose gear goes in there. So put a step on this. Okay. So that's going to be a step there, and then we need to start working it up. Kind of a little bit of an aggressive step, but we'll work with it. I might do tail dragger on this. I haven't decided yet. Da, 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 da. So the step is like a flat area in the back. You know, the bulbous area helps to push the plane up out of the water. Do that, or what I think I'll do is do this. Come on, drag, you sucker. And that's looking good. Leaning towards the tail dragger for ease of use. I have to go down one more, but I'll play with this for now. I have to go down one more. Let's see this real quick. Check something real fast. All right. Oh, rotating light. I forgot they put the rotating light in the game. Am I really already at the friggin' top? Jesus Christ. How am I already at the top? That is brutal. I need this up there too, fucker. Alright. I've yet to play with this rotating light. Could do that as a beacon. This is the first time I played with it, so. Kind of almost like a dove's tail. Alright, good. Let's save this. We can make the engines a little bit smaller too because of the size difference here. What are we hitting in the back? Okay, I gotta pretty much knock the whole back off. That's fine. Alright. No, that's not good. I'll fuck with that in a second. Alright, good. That's working for me. Wings are gonna probably have to go forward a little bit, but starting to make some progress on this. That's working out so far for me. Could try to see about getting this conventional, but it's gonna be a pain in the ass to get this conventional. How's it going there, Baron, too? Yeah, it's a seaplane. That's supposed to be a seaplane, that's what it is. Let's see. Still kind of thinking I want conventional. If I gotta push the gear forward for that. I don't have enough space to get gear in here. Let me see. Could do exposed mains and make it conventional. But if I'm going to do that, I likely have to work a lot of CG around. Probably going to get a T-tail. Yeah, probably going to get a T-tail. Could deep belly this. This is like, that's a good belly for a seaplane though. I don't want to thin it out too much. I need the buoyancy. Let's check a seal test and a float test. See what we look like there. Get rid of some extraneous weight. Part of the problem is I don't think anyone was watching the top fives. You know, the viewer counts were very low, so. I got a hole in this sucker. Where? There's a hole in it somewhere. Not there. Not there. Where are you, hole? I don't see you. Hmm. Up top, maybe somewhere right here. Yep, right there. All right. That's where it is. All right. Alright, so that I expect because the CG is way too far aft. I gotta move that forward because I'm doing pushers, so that's alright. Let's go ahead. Ooh, he's gonna grab a bunch of shit I don't want to grab. No, it's actually not too bad. All right. Probably even want to go further than that. Yeah, right there, right to the cockpit windows. I'm just gonna actually flex out the wing, I think. Let's grab this here. Yeah, that make the joint of the wing a little bit better too. Oh, stop. Alright, so that's level but light. Alright, so we can work on that. Alright, so just a little bit of forward CG. Let's get rid of the ballast and see what she looks like without ballast. I really wanted pushers on this, so might run into problems. I gotta do some flotation on there. Alright, let's do this. About on the center of gravity. Okay. Alright, let's do this. CG is right here. Alright, that's a little bit front heavy. Alright, a little bit front heavy, good. Alright. Way too many XML files open. Way too many. Alright. Damn it, I hate it when it does that. Come on, find it, please. Thank you. Ah, it's annoying. All right, let's try it out. All right, could we get some buoyancy out of it? It's a little bit weighted in the nose. There we go. It's getting there. That's getting there. All right, good. Now we'll shrink up the props. The props are on the large side. We need a little bit more buoyancy in there. It's sitting better. Yep, that's sitting much better. All right, we like that. See lateral stability. I can stay in the friggin' wing. All right, let's see lateral stability real quick. Fuck me, if I could just sit in the wing, we'd be in good shape. All right. There we go, it's pretty good. See, it's starting to come back to center. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's not too bad. Alright, good. I'm digging it so far. That's working. Alright, we can play with that. Oh, will work for us. Alright, good. Very nice. Alright, that's starting to come along. I like it. Like it. I'll shrink the prop some more. Alright, there we go. That's probably better. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the pipe between them. I don't like them hitting each other. I don't like the clipping. I wish there was a little bit more thickness there, but... Alright. It's looking good so far. We got space to put in some fins in the hull for raising. That's good. Let's just do this for now. Alright, so we are right around top of dark green. Alright. Top of dark green. Alright, good. That's not gonna work, is it? Nope. That's fine. Kind of look like it's got a step on it. I like it. That actually, I'll be right. Yeah, it look like it's got a step on it, so that'll be fine. Let's do this instead. Might do just flat on the top. Kind of like that, actually. Yeah, kind of like the flat top. Yeah, let's do flat top for now, see if I like it. Rice on a cracker. That's annoying. Hey, I like them square like that. That's kind of cool. I like that. I dig it. All right. All right there. There's the CG. CG is right there. All right. Yeah, I'm digging that. That's working for me. Let's see where the CG is. CG is about there. All right. Trying to think of a way I could put wheels in there. I cannot think of any way I can get a wheel in there. Could put a rotating wheel right under it. That'd probably work. I'm digging it so far. Yeah, I'm digging it. It's coming along. All right, good. So that's making progress there. The problem is that needs to come down. So let's see if I can make this work. Oh, stop. Stop deleting random shit. There we go. I like that. All right, good. Just a little bit more of a modern tail. All right, good. That's coming along. Let's find where this water line is. About, let's say, top of lime green. All right, top of lime green. Top of lime green. So somewhere here. What do you got for a count? 5 door. All right, so it's a 5. Can go right behind there. That will work. All right, perfect. All right. Nice. All right. Alright, so that is pretty close to being much as it can be. Alright. Alright, nice. We got some windows in there. Let's get the windows blasted in here. Alright, there we go. We got windows in. Ceiling door. I like it. I like it. Alright, starting to come along nicely. I gotta figure out what I want to do for mains. Should be right around the center of gravity. Now, I had a thought of trying to somehow fit them in the pontoons. I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I think we can go up one on the pontoons as well, so let's do that. See if I hate this real quick. No, I don't hate that. I actually like it. So I'm gonna put some fuel in the pontoons. I don't need rocket in there. Put some fuel in the pontoons. These are gonna be lights. Alright, that's good. I'm gonna pack as much fuel as I can in these pontoons. And I want to get it out of the belly if I can. Okay. So that's the top done. Let's get the sides done. Bottom. Back there. I'm gonna go put this back in a terrestrial base, make life a little easier for myself. And we'll work on gear. I like the tail dragger of it all. What happened over here? So that's pretty good. That's 351. That's good. And I want to put it in the wing hubs, so I'm going to probably actually get rid of this fuel here. Let's do a quick horizontal stab in here. I think a mid. Nah, I think we're gonna do. Do we want a T-tail or not? That's the question. All right, let's go back to the base we're supposed to be in here. Stop, because god damn it, stop. I need it to fit in the space. I'm trying to read text messages. I got like 9 million of them. Okay, good. Alright. Gotta make sure it fits in here. I gotta come up with some gear. Alright, that all fits. I gotta put in a horizontal stab. Thinking T-tail. Could do midline. Midline would be kind of cool. Yeah, mid's kind of cool. I think I'll do that. That looks good. That was quick and easy. All right, horizontal stabs in. Midline horizontal stab. I like it. Alright, what am I going to do for gear is the question. Would be super cool if I could have them come out of the pontoons. But I have to fatten the pontoon up pretty heavily, I think. The wheel would have to stick way down off the pontoon to make that work. Gotta get this up to the roof. There we go. All right. Right in front of the CG is where this gear has to go. What about down locks? I don't really care about up locks. Give it to me, Jesus. What didn't get merged? That's the question. How did that get attached there? Alright, there we go. What the fuck? Alright, that's looking better. Let's see what the eyeball position is here. That's not too bad. See if I want to drop down the glass one. It's good. All right. Size is good back here. I like that. All right, good. All right, let's work on the tail assembly. Where's the water line? Water line's pretty low. Okay. Water line's pretty low, so the water line, I gotta put the water line in. It's pretty much at the bottom of this door. So, sit pretty much right here. That's where the water line is. Kind of helpful to have that with me where I can... Oh, come on, dude. Stop doing that shit. There we go. Alright, nice. Water line's in. So the rudder would need to be below the water line. That's kind of the way a rudder works. She could be central here. Let's see if it's going to hit. Alright, that works. I just want the wheel to be up and out of the water when I can get it out of the water. Alright. There is still a prayer to make this thing. I doubt it, though. I was going to say make a tricycle. But I have to cut into the main body to do that. I don't really need a tricycle. Could make a tricycle gear, though. can't put an XML piece in there, but I don't need to. Coaster for some reason. Instead of caster wheel. I don't know why. Okay. Where the fuck happened to the pivot? It's gotta go here. All right. Let's play with this for a second. Gotta get the geometry on this right. Hooked it to the wrong frickin' thing. Alright, so figure out the geometry on this to make this work. So it would need to go down. So it'd have to be it would have to be well forward of it to push it forward. So one technique to do this, the way I want to do it, is you take it, you cut it, put it where you want it, and then you reverse engineer it. Stop. Gonna get annoying real fast. Alright. See, pretty much need it right there, and I don't have it right there, so that's the problem. Might be able to do it at the top of this. Let's try that. This fucking thing get pink. Whatever, I'll fix it in a second. That's gonna push it forward. Okay. That's gonna pull it forward one. I've got something there, but it's gonna go backwards, so I need to run this around the other way. It works pretty well. You can see if I can get an XML block on the back. That will work pretty well. All right. All right, so that is good there. I just need to rotate it the other way now. All right, so. Let's save this real quick so I have a copy. Problem is this is gonna have to go inside of this block. Like that, and I can't really get an XML block in there because there's only two. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break and go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Alright, good, good. Let's see. Trying to think how I can make this work. Probably can't. Let's see. Yeah, the problem is this block is in the way. I could start it up all the time. That's something I could do. If I do that, and I pretty much have to block off anything that I need to seal this again, so. Okay, those didn't need to be there. All right, good. All right, so I gotta seal this off. Okay. Do this for now. All right, that's sealed. I can put an XML piece in the back to where the tire is, but let's try that. All right, and then let's go ahead and that's hitting shit. All right, obviously. All right, simplify this out. I'm going to simplify this up a little bit here. Let's go down. So that's as far forward as I can go there. All right. Problem is where these are sitting. The fuck? Go. Oh my god, I'm obviously grabbing the green one. You fucker. Should be able to merge those. I've done it before. I've merged those. Maybe I haven't. Thought I did. All right. It's all green. It's in the way. I gotta delete that so I can see what the friggin' hell I'm doing. Alright, that's pretty good. Alright. What's going in there after? Need a square piece in there? Alright, let's put a square on top. Alright, that will go there. There we go, that fills. Alright, good. It's not my favorite, but it's not terrible either. Alright, good. Let's see. Hello, hello. Oh, how was it? Oh, I just got back. I just got back from the bathroom. I forgot to shut it off. Thanks. Come on, fucking thing. Raises up sometimes and it's annoying. Alright, that's good. This thing that pissed me off. Alright, there we go. Wrong fucking way. Stop. Alright. Not terrible. Alright, good, good, good. That I'm not gonna be able to cover up, so. Alright, good, that's there. What happened over here? Why is this one different? Problem is, if I do it this way, I might have to put in locks. That's, I should be able to do it, but it could be obnoxious. Because the wheels aren't starting in the down position. Alright, so that's full up. Alright. Alright, so that's down. Alright, good. So it's green and the one below it, alright. Green and the one below it. Stop flipping around, camera. God, that's annoying. Oh, it's so frustrating when it does that shit. I hate it so much. The flicky camera is so annoying. Nah, it goes up higher is the problem. Alright. Or is where my seat sits. Let's do this. Can't put any overhead stuff anyway, so what the fuck is that doing there? Why is that merged like that? See if that ends up being too high. That's actually probably about right where it should be. Trying to get angry music on. This is not helpful. I could push these back one. That's what I think I might do. Yeah, I'm going to push them back one. Nope, hit the fucking door hinge there. I'm not doing that then. Could the door go back one? No. Okay. Yeah, door can't go back one. Alright, we can do this though. We will do this. That right there is the frame of the door. How's that? I don't know what that is about. Deleted. That doesn't need to be that type of floor anymore because I'm not putting fuel down there anymore. I shouldn't push the wheels forward. That's fine. They're an easy fix. One too many forward, that's all. Yeah, it's kind of goosey, kind of albatross, or, yeah. Some of the other Grummins. Kind of Grumman looking. A lot of them have that familiar shape. It's got pushers on it. It's a little bit different. Alright, it's got that block on the bottom I gotta deal with. Alright, there's down. Alright, it doesn't need as much cutout in the twos are probably excessive. Yeah, twos seem excessive. I want to make sure they're not sticking in the hull itself, so I can see them. They are. Okay, let's get those out a little bit. Alright, 35 gets rid of them sticking in the hull. If I push them out a little bit, I can get them to sit in the hull a little bit more when they're up. So that's one thing I can do. That was kind of what I was thinking of doing initially, and then I changed my mind. So let's see if I want to do this now. Fuck off. Alright, that sits a little bit more proud, and then see how it recesses. It's gonna come lower because of where the geometry is now. That's of course gonna be well in the body, so yeah. Because it's connecting underneath, I have to change where the connection point is. I have to drop it down. It's gotta go out and down. I didn't merge that one already? Piss. The other one is to do them inline. I've done that before. We'll run this one, see what I'm probably gonna have to just lower this out anyway. Okay, let's rotate. Stop. Rotate where I want, thanks. That's pretty good. See if they're inside. Nope, can't see them. It's pretty good. They do go away pretty well. We've got just the if I had them at 3s, I could put in suspension. Let me see what they look like down for space. It's not bad there. Let's go down one. Oh, stop. Christ on a cracker. That's pretty damn clean, that. Yeah, that's pretty clean, that. Those need to get merged. This side, for some reason, there's... Yeah, it's pretty clean. Yeah. Okay, I like it. All right. I don't know about that. Adding that bullshit on there. Alright, so I'm going to save one of these, this, and then I've got two options here. I can put the wheels on the inboard and run them like this, or I can put the running gear inside. If I put the, I'd have to push the running gear inside and the wheels, put the wheels essentially underneath to get them on the exterior. Yeah, that's going to be weird to do that. Looks a little tall now. I got to drop it and see what it looks like. But I can drop that recess down one if I need to. I think I'm going to do, though, is come in here. Try this, see if I like this better. What kind of a tighter fit? That'd have to be right on top, but alright, let's do that. Why is this unmerged again? That looks better, I like that. I'm going to do this though too, I'm going to round it out more. Yeah, it'll be better for the tire. Alright, that rounds the tire up better. This is when people are like, how could builds take hundreds of hours? If you build something, you're like, nope, fixing it. It takes frickin' forever. Alright, fuck off. Just read my mind and merge. Thank you. It is hitting there. Okay. Where's it gonna hit? Where's it hitting? Shouldn't be hitting yet. This off for 2 seconds, thank you. Grab the thing. See me clearly pressing buttons there, dickhead? What is it hitting? Okay, it is that far in. Okay. I didn't think it was really all that far in. It is. Okay. Gotta drop it down again. What the fuck are you hitting? Really hitting that deep? It is, I guess. How's it hitting that up top? Okay, that can go. I don't need that up top. Yeah, that I don't need up top, so that's fine. Alright, that's finally... Ooh, Jesus, those are way in. Suck. Now I have to go up one. That's not bad. You're way in, though. Alright, I gotta dick around with these. Where's the wheel? Fuck me. God damn it, if I forget to merge those one more time, I'm gonna really lose my mind. I merged that one, that's why. Okay. I thought I used to be able to lock these by merging this block with that block. It's not letting me do it though, which is what's weird. See, I thought it used to let me merge those. Let me see, not suspension, let's do... I thought I used to be able to lock these suspensions. I don't necessarily like the way they look anyway. Forgetting to merge shit is getting old real fast. Alright, I gotta drop one. That's good. See how badly those are sticking in. Not too bad. I can actually work that out. Alright, perfect. So we can do... limit those to like... I didn't look, I should have looked. It's not causing any phantom forces at the moment that I know of. .75's pretty good. See the tire a little bit. Yeah, that's better. We'll do 7.5. Alright, that's good. I don't really think I want this on a suspension. Maybe I'll keep the rear's not going to work well on a suspension because I need to rotate, so. I might be able to get an XML block in there to cover all this. We'll have to see at some point. Alright, good. I can check the angle now, so I want to make sure that fin doesn't get hit. This can probably get shortened of a block, maybe. I gotta see what the angle looks like. I did raise my seat, which makes it easier for me to see. Oh yeah, that's too high. That's way too high. Can I drop myself down now, is the question. Probably the answer is yes. Not really. That's not helpful. Ah, shit. I can just do this for now. That's not bad. I like that. That's okay. Check the, probably, let's see what the angle looks like here. Alright, that I've got good visibility. If I went tail down a little bit, I'm going to lose the visibility, so that's not bad. For some reason I thought it would be quick to build an airplane. But I guess not. Alright, let's see. Hello, Sergeant. How are you? Hello. I am building a seaplane for the career series, so this is my third iteration, so we finally kind of got it where I want it. Alright, good. So we're making good progress here. No. See if I prefer this to what I had before. No. That looks better, that. Alright, good. So that's coming along. Alright, so we got most of the gear in. I gotta block this section off for watertight purposes. What is that connected to now? Alright, so that's blocked off. Keep us watertight. Alright. Alright, so we got the gear in. Got engines in. They're not plumbed or anything. Let's start plumbing up the engines. I can hold 350 liters in these. I need to put locks on the gear. Let's do that. That's why why they were sitting low, so I got to put locks on them. It's not gonna work there. Shit. It's not gonna work there. Gotta play with something here. Let's try this. because I'd really rather get rid of those spots I just put in for the gear. Alright, that does that. Alright. Okay, and then I gotta see the spacing in here. Don't want to do velocity pivots, but because I'd have to lock those anyways. So as cost effective, it doesn't have to be super cost effective, but everything's cheap if you don't spam it with HUDs, essentially. I don't understand. It's like some people always are at their limit of money. I don't get that. But yeah, it should be pretty cost effective. I don't see this being expensive. These friggin' hard points are so huge. They really are. So if I could start them in the down position, it will sit better. Then I need velocity pivots to get them to go all the way around. That's annoying. If I do velocity pivots, I need them to have locks anyways. If they have locks, they can lock down, so there's really no point in doing that. Yeah, they made these hard points huge. I get why, because they're supposed to be for weapons and shit, but it's kind of frustrating how big they get. Yeah, they're enormous. They really are. Yeah, because I need it there. See if I can ghost them in place. Should be able to ghost them in place. Yeah, let's see if I can ghost them right here. I think the best way to ghost these in place. have to put them in the floor to get that to work. Yeah, I can't get it there. Shit. We do one, and then I can figure the geometry, because if I put it here, I could put one here, and I could rotate up. Rotate in that spot there. If I push the pivots back up, I've got space to do this. I need to lengthen them again and raise this, which then I have to put those fucking things back in. Why did they make everything so huge in this game? I don't get it. Made everything so freaking huge. Very frustrating. Alright. Yeah, they make it huge because if you look at all, it's got 3 different points. What I wish they would do is like, wow, hard points are great because you can lock a bunch of crap with them. So what they're going to do is they'll make them so that, you know, they make 1 point hard points that are just for locking stuff. And they lose all their functionality to hard point because I don't care about launch. All I care about is a release, and I don't care about ordnance type. So I want one that's just release. That's what I want. And that way I can make some really compact stuff because you can put this on the other side and just put it on fixture on there, and I could put it right there instead of being 3 long and being a pain in the ass. Rant over. All right. Yeah, see, that would have to be the friggin' hard point there. Let's get the engines running. I'll work. I can finish gear later. Okay. Yeah, that just sucks. All right, let's work on this. HUD's expensive. Yeah. $2,000 each. People use them for decoration, and then they end up taking up a ton of money. So I challenge is people are always running out of money. I'm like, how are they running out of money? And it's like they're usually using HUDs or something like that. It runs them out of money. All right, let's go ahead and let's work on the engines. Let's go ahead and save this. How long have I been streaming? Almost 5 hours. Probably take a break here in a minute. See if I can find something. I'd like to get it in the air before I quit. So if I can get the engines running, we'll be in good shape. That gets most of the work done. Because it'll fly fine. I can get that going. Does this have Canary have constant speed propeller? I would assume so. I pretty much put constant speed in everything. Alright, prop pitch. Yes, this is constant speed. Okay, so Canaries. Stand by, I'll be muted. Alright, this is what I'm going to do. Let's copy this. I'm going to finish up we'll have the microcontroller to start working these engines. In the build already. So that's there. And then I'll work this up. But yeah, made some good progress. 3 iterations to get a plane that's working well. And then, now when in the career game, we should be able to have a nice reciprocating seaplane that we can do missions from. And let me say it one more time. And it will be out of this base. So this is the base we just bought yesterday in the career series. And so be able to launch that seaplane out of here with it being a seaplane, be able to do some ocean-based missions too. But yeah. So, all right, guys, thanks for watching. I think I'm going to finish up there. Good to see everybody. Thanks for watching. If you liked the video, give it a like if you're new and you enjoyed it, consider subscribing. I will see you guys in the next one.